Hey, welcome back, everybody. Well, it's gonna be a day a lot like yesterday. Hope you guys are down for some more Flickr fun. I gotta drop this stupid card. I'm pot committed now. I tried doing some Strand a second ago, but I'm faster than the mirror, so it didn't work. Plus, I can't scout the thing, but yeah, I can't think of a better map than Dune. Still running, or going back to the non-Beyond version of this. I like this version. I seem to drop even more cards for some reason. Focus on like Covetous Shrine and Bismuth Ore. How do you feel about PoE 2 banner they released picture of? Sword wielding character? I had no idea. I guess Duelist confirmed then. Duelist confirmed? These are about half a divine invested per map.
Sane, exile.
And they are faster maps than what we had earlier. Fun times. I got more scarabs than anything. This strat. Actually, scarabs usually end up being the top thing that I drop. Assuming I don't drop a damnation. Whoa. Minute map. Damn near 1 minute. Sword Twister soon. I have a feeling that's not going to be a thing. A weapon swap swords?
What do you hope to find here?
Maybe.
Devastation is all that awaits.
Freaking magic mobs just drop so much loot, dude. Automatic. Automatic tons of loot dropping. We're never gonna get over this. Lost a mirror and died. Okay. Sure.
Stay out. Stay sane.
Danger, danger. Big daily orb rewards. So. Oh.
Yes.
I'm grab my Valdo box. How did he know that would be there? How did I know that?
You follow in my footsteps.
Oh, we got Wildwood.
In my father's footsteps. That
Wildwood.
alone should give you pause.
Why is the caravan moving extra fast while I'm down here? It's like way faster than normal. The heck? Dang, dude. Blue's sneaking. Gonna get there. Oh well.
Approach.
I find it so hard to click that strong box. I think this is the most annoying build of all builds for trying to for looting purposes. Like trying to loot is really annoying with this build. So I would probably prefer strats that don't involve a bunch of looting. Just kind of all drops at the very end. Those Wildwood maps take a little extra time. I think they're worth it though, especially if you get blue.
In my father's footsteps. That alone should give you
High
pause.
tier sapphire flask. Interesting. Got him. Gotcha. Oh, and crabs. Dang, dude. I didn't grab this.
Approach.
Oh. JT Ollie Wood says, I got the build running for actually pretty cheap. Nice. But I can definitely complete all content I want to do. Smiley face. Nice, man. Can I ask you about how much you invested? I'm trying to like informally catalog the kind of cost people's claiming they have to put into the build. $300 and $400. Okay, nice. Were rings the hardest thing to get, I'm guessing?
Choose, no god will answer for that. These are the set strength. I'll follow suit.
Yeah, you can link the ninja. I think it'll... For sure it'll let you link it. I actually don't know on YouTube. Maybe not. Nobody ever does. You can just type your name. Have people look it up if they really want to see. Just type your name out. So that they can manually search that name. Make them work for it a little bit. Just a little.
Shifting, morphing, a reminder of the virtues of an agile blade.
Flicker Strike plus Echoing Shrine. Do I even want to know what that does? Do I even want to know? It probably just doesn't even make any difference. Like a game can't do it.
Choice after all.
Blew through my mana pool faster. That's what it did. What ring modifiers did you have? You can just tell me like what were the mods on the
Each
rings.
step you take binds you tighter to the ruin.
I'm guessing
you
there were
sought
like
to
12%
escape.
accuracy and like 8% evasion and then nothing else really. I saw Red Vials posted a his stream says fastest build. I would contend that this might be a little faster than his. A fraction of the cost. Dude, 10% in chance for endurance charge on kill is actually pretty clutch. That's pretty clutch. He's finishing maps in 25 seconds.
Can't you see?
Really? Well, I saw him do a map and it wasn't
Even
25
though less of
seconds.
you will remain.
But okay. He was farming on beach. Right? He's farming on beach now. Like I was just watching him play right before I streamed. And I saw his stream title. Ooh, fastest build. I knew he was working on a new build. Like non-beyond version, yeah. I can't even do a map like Strand or Beach because I'll outrun the mirror. I'll just have to like literally wait for the mirror to catch up. I guess I don't have to run the mirror specifically, but one divine, nice.
I'll let you know.
I'll start on 16 minutes. I'll actually not scout on this one. Alright, so let's see how fast I can do this map. But especially if I don't have to click anything. Oh. That'd be seconds. That's without pre-scouting. I mean, part of the reason I'm running Dune is so that I can pre-scout the Covetous Shrine and Bismuth Ore. That's like an integral part of the strat. So it kind of defeats the purpose. But I was looking forward to maybe doing this on Strand, but I just can't. I'll show you what happens when I try to do it on Strand. We'll just run one Strand.
Nothing good washes up on this airway.
I'm already beyond the mirror right now. So even hold back a second, got lucky and got some Eldritch Altars to slow me down a little bit. Or a die, actually.
Sold something while you were gone.
Well, that's one way to keep the mirror progressing. Cool thing is that even like Deep Delhi doesn't like bother this build. Like it's still plenty of damage.
These worlds are not yours.
Oh, you got a couple fortunate cards that I got. Oh, no fortunate cards. Anyway. Yeah, the linear. I would like to do a linear map, but I just. Unless, like, I get really bogged down by having to click Eldritch Altars or die or something, I'm just gonna go past the mirror immediately. Yeah, I'm past the mirror right now on this Dune map. Just trying to scout. Hold down flicker. I won't move.
Approach, challenger.
If I flicker one time, everything's dead. Everything on the screen. So yeah, you're seeing a combination of leap, slam, and flicker. It's just kind of like they're working in tandem, basically. Leap, slam is to guide the direction. Flicker, of course, to just insta-kill everything on the screen.
Exile. The thread is revealed.
Stay sane, exile.
If you want to play Ice Shot, you can just keep playing Ice Shot, or you can play Tornado Shot. It's your choice. You can basically play whichever one you want. The Tornado Shot you absolutely have to have, like all the conversion stuff. Good to go on that. Well, I guess you could set up an elemental version. I didn't do that.
Shifting, morphing, snapping. Carry mind, the versions of an agile.
You on Smite of Judgment, you can't... Is that not an aura version of the skill? Does that not have an aura tag? So you to keep running the... Grace? Sublime Vision? Why is it better though? Were you able to double hit on it or something? Build doesn't scale AoE. Like I know Smite has some AoE scaling. Auto-targeting?
Stay sane, exile.
I felt like the auto-targeting was great once I got additional strike target, but that's all it took for static shock or static strike. Yeah, it was terrible auto targeting or terrible targeting without it, admittedly. How many div needed to get up and running? I'll just say a few hundred. Oh, you have greater ancestor. Jesus. There we go. That's some daily orb action.
Perhaps your intentions are good. So are mine. It makes no difference to the Atlas.
Ethical Divine Orb. How's the defense? The defense is, for a Flicker Strike build, the defense is very high. Effective defense. It's not, it doesn't have a really high max fizz hit. Max fizz hit is about 10k, but it's like 450k EHP. Got a lot of evasion, dodge. Max evasion, max spell block, max attack block, max spell dodge. Fortify plus Windward. Fortify and Windward are the two mitigation layers. Oh, and Energy Shield. Energy Shield and Ghost Stance. So it's Energy Shield, Ghost Stance, Fortify, Windward. That's the mitigation, so to speak. Or EHP in terms of mitigation, and then, yeah, the real magic is just incredibly evasive.
Make my mistakes your
Oh yeah, elusive. So right. Elusive on crit, spell block, spell dodge, attack block, max evasion. So don't actually take any damage very often. And Windward is really good for damage over time. Is that legit like 40% reduced damage over time taken? That's one thing I really like about it. I get so tired of playing builds that get wrecked by like Searing Runes and stuff. This build hard counters Searing Runes between... Well, hard counters like damage over time floor mechanics, because between all the flickering and leap slamming and stuff, you're airborne more than your even feet are on the ground, and then take 40% less damage from those things anyway. I don't even notice those mechanics. And then there was just a random delirium explosion that actually killed me there. Kinda surprising. Pretty rare death. Hello Snoot, did you make a Flickr vid? Nope, not yet. I think I'll probably record it tomorrow.
What you are doing.
I won't stream tomorrow and I'll work, and then I'll make a video around my free time. Ring costs 1 mirror. Don't buy my ring. Buy one that's a little bit different or worse. You can't copy the rings one for one. Not enough in existence. Like, I paid about 1 mirror for between both rings. Now that people are trying to follow it, a ring that is exactly the same as what I'm wearing is like, 10x price or something in some cases. Like, you can get, for example, double accuracy with no max frenzy in similar mods, or you can do just one. You can do like block evasion accuracy with no max frenzy.
I am where I must be. You are not.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing a different version of the strat, because I don't even mind if I fail to drop a Damnation. I'm making at least 15 div an hour without the Damnation cards, so. And depending on how often it drops, it'll be like a 50 to 100 div an hour strat, counting it drops. Which we still don't know the actual weighting.
What is it?
It'd be 2 minutes to do 20 maps.
It is ready.
It was taking me over 2 minutes a map to do them earlier. With Beyond, because I have to like swing back around and kill all the stragglers and stuff.
Made a tree.
Fuck, do I have that?
Each step you take binds you tighter to the ruin we sought to escape.
Oh no, I'm chilled. Chilled ground map. Dang, guys, I had 15% less action speed on that map. Who would have known that? I didn't know that.
The Atlas twists all fates. Be gone from here.
Really? That's cool. Well, I'll be sure to check it out eventually. I might swap the League Start variant to Smite. Can you run both kinds of Smite at the same time? Like just in general? To get, like one to get the aura and the other to get... You know, like the transfigured version?
These worlds are not yours.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Yeah, I got 12
Stay out.
Azures and 20 maps.
Stay sane.
It's so much better than I did with Beyond. I don't understand. Go Divination targeting Beyond, and it drops less than this. It's like the Shrine, like 2 Shrine packs, plus the periodic Covetous Shrine equals more div cards than straight up Beyond. How does that make sense? It's like some giant conspiracy, dude. I mean, I know Beyond is kind of bad for div card drops, but jeez. It's really awful. That was such a blessing, though, because I don't even have to kill Beyond. I can really go hard on the speed side. And then I get like 1 or 2 extra Deli rewards with more Deli orb drops with this setup too. So I like make more. I mean, Beyond does give some tainted currency. You gotta loot crap outside on the map more too.
Stay out. Stay
I think it gave like 20% more raw currency, maybe, so like 20% more divine boxes, things like that. Probably about 20% more scarab drops too. It's not like all bad. Then like 50% more clear time. And also more deaths. Definitely caused more deaths.
I still abide by the Trathan Code. Choose your fate. If you mean to die, die quickly. We're partners then, but let's not pretend we're equals.
Exile? What? Let us proceed.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
I definitely got ambush gift card on, or ambush minion option. I love seeing those extra reward round procs. Nice.
There is no salvation to be found here. Only the gradual undoing
Wildwood
of
again.
all that
Ooh,
you
spawned in
are.
a dead corner zone. With all three colors. I'm getting trolled, but I'm definitely gonna reach a blue zone. Say that. This shit happens. I was careless. Oh well, still be some wildwood. bad enough everything does more damage to me. It creates more lag. It's so hard to click on stuff. Anyone here play EK? Not me. Somebody. Somebody surely does. So no loot at all, huh? I did get an Azurin reward though. Interesting comment 6 that says, I've been playing PoE for 2 years now. You're the first to see I actually go spell dodge. I guess it's because pilfering and deli monsters have a lot of spells.
No one can.
My decision to go spell dodge has very little to do with the exact strat I'm doing. It just makes a lot of sense for the defensive layer. The primary reason to go spell dodge as opposed to spell suppression on a build like this is because of Windward. The ascendancy point Windward. Windward with the Gale Wind stacks, that's the Tailwind stacks. Every attack stacks up to 10 times. Gives me extra action speed for that. But the back end bonus on Windward Ascendancy is it gives an extra 4% less damage taken per stack. So, when I get hit, I lose all my stacks. And then I have to attack 10 times to get them all back. If I get hit less often, I maintain the 10 stacks, thus maintaining a 40% damage reduction multiplier to damage taken on all sources, ground, degens, everything. So the goal is to simply like actually not get hit, to not even need the block layer. The block layer is like a backup. The primary evasive layers are elusive, spell dodge, and 95% evasion. So it means that I don't even need to block very often. So yeah, it's predominantly due to Windward Ascendancy to go that route. Generally speaking, spell dodge is a bad idea on most builds. This is one of those. Windward Ascendancy is one major exception to that rule. I think anybody who would opt in for that Ascendancy would do so because they're running or they can run a super evasive type of character. Generally speaking, mitigation is way stronger than avoiding damage as far as like staying alive, and that's because the game is so easy when it comes to HP recovery. That's why they nerfed recovery massively in PoE 2 recently. I'm surprised they allowed recovery to be such a joke in PoE 1 with instant leech and ES leech, or even like extreme amounts of regen. In a world where it's very hard to recover your HP or whatever, super evasive. Well, in a world where it's very hard to recover your health or energy shield, and that world only makes sense where monsters are less dangerous in general as far as one-shots, which is exactly what PoE 2 is right now. It's way more forgiving as far as one-shots are concerned, and way harder to recover your EHP. That type of gameplay very much favors avoiding damage taken as opposed to mitigation, or at least brings them, both of those potential strategies into alignment. I think it's one of the worst things about PoE 1 is it's such a, arcade game joke when it comes to like recovery, but then, you just get like, because recovery is balanced the way it is, they have to make it so that every monster can potentially one-shot you, otherwise the content's like way too easy. This is like a big reason why I won't play hardcore. It's way too rippy.
As we say in House Azadi, blades are
Yeah, the Leech nerf will likely come to PoE 1 too. I foresee there's a very high chance that they will change this game on a foundational level in the next, probably in the next major patch or two, making recovery much harder and reducing the damage monsters deal by a lot at the same time. And they'll probably also at the same time do things like reduce the amount of degen that Righteous Fire causes, reduce the amount of degen that Desecrated Grounds cause, and things like that. They'll just do everything. I'm saying PoE 1 is too rippy. PoE 2, you actually have time to respond to things. You can see yourself in PoE 2. You can actually see yourself dying in slow motion, kind of like you get a little bit of that vibe, which is way better on, like, you know, in terms of hardcore gameplay and stuff like that. Yeah, that fight is kind of bullshit, right? I mean, not that anybody asked, but like, I remember playing hardcore in Diablo 3 and enjoying it very much. I virtually never got one shot on that in that game, and I was running a glass cannon archetype. So I still, you know, I really enjoyed hardcore because I could actually play a halfway glassy character and, you know, succeed at getting all the way to the end game with it. It was really exciting and thrilling to play, and, you know, I knew I could die, obviously, especially playing the type of build I was, but at least it was manageable. It was something, and most deaths that I endured on that character, it was a kind of a slow motion feel, like, oh shit, oh no, shit, I'm dying, I'm probably gonna die, I'm probably gonna die. You know, like, that all happens obviously a lot faster in your mind than you kind of realize, but that makes for a much more enthralling RPG experience. As opposed to everything's hunky-dory, it's fine, going through the map, blip, you're dead. What the hell did I just die from? Like, what even hit me, you know? That's not fun. Okay, I'm trying to get away from this spot. Yeah, it's not that complicated to improve a game. Just make it less rippy and make recovery more challenging. Allows players to actually respond to mechanics. I mean, that really is like the worst thing about this game. Is it's just gone way off the deep end on both sides of that. Like, I kind of get how it happens. Like, it's just a slippery slope, and, you know, at League Start or with somebody who has a quote-unquote average build doing average content, you know, everything is slower, all the inputs and outputs are way slower, so, you know, it kind of makes more sense. But in this game, you know, it scales to the moon, so very quickly it just gets out of hand. A lot of aspects get out of hand, but the most egregious one, I think, is the rippiness of one-shots juxtaposed by the outrageous amount of recovery that you can get. $20 monstrous lineage? Yeah, that might be good. Oh, like ADC. Fragment might... Uber Shaper Fragment might have been better. How about only playing SSF? I don't like SSF. I like hardcore on principle. I don't like SSF on principle. All day clicking on this map. First world problems. I pick up too much damn loot. Click too many things, too many altars spawning. It's annoying. Get 15. I don't even know if that's worth picking up for my sanity. That's only like 1 divine. Oh, actually, I should wait and verify that. I'm gonna do Damnation dropping last second. They got the the pile on loot from Shaper Influence happens. Every piece drops one at a time. Imagine you zone out and then the Damnation drops. You had no idea.
Abandon all pretenses and save
God.
yourself while you still can.
How many daily orbs are you getting on map per average? More than 1. Between 1 and 2. I think. It might be between 2 and 3. It's definitely not more than 3, and it's definitely not less than 1. So I guess 1.5.
Stay sane, exile. That time I only got 1.
be so scary to kill that many porcupines in one spot, normally. Basic build's really good against a few specific mechanics like porcupines. If you're not, you know, exploding or shattering corpses, I guess. Is that? There's some kind of error on the UI.
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
Okay, dude. Clicking, man. Box.
Can I help? As expected.
Auto puzzle box. Gotta grab it. Oh, it's not here. It's like a nightmare map, though.
There is no honor in what you are doing. Only hubris.
I have a scarab. The eater of worlds option. And the divination code. Bro. Maybe I'm actually just doing Eldritch Altar farming. It's kind of more Eldritch Altar farming than div card farming.
exile.
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
My mana is gone.
Is my divination scarab again? What is going on? Zero Deli Orbs? It's pretty rare.
We've made
It
a
just
trade.
happened.
The Atlas twists all fates. Be gone from here.
What'll it be then?
Thank you for showing me the build, man. I love it. Glad you do. And you got your own. Best part is you got your own flavor of it. You're not just copying one for one. Makes you feel like you got more stakes in the build. So you didn't like Flicker Strike, for the record?
You've had us.
Greetings. Journey well.
24 Azurans and 40 maps. I mean, again, that same ratio, so much better than Beyond. You don't have the damage for it. Oh.
There is no salvation to be found here. Only the gradual undoing of all that you are.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. these days that's gonna be a mage blood. I still haven't dropped a mage blood this league. Dropped a mirror before mage blood. Unbelievable. A mirror, lock, and a headhunter before mage blood. Poor mage blood. Where you at, buddy? Fine, I won't pick up that map.
Stay sane, exile.
Pretty high delirium orbs per hour strat. If nothing else.
Greetings.
I've got some wealth for you.
What? Let us proceed.
Shifting, morphing, reminders of the virtues of an agile.
Oh, boss drops divination. Gerb should have taken that. Unless I dupe a currency. I bet you I could do 100% deli on this build.
Each step you take binds you tighter to the ruin we sought to escape.
Especially if I got better rings, holy shit. I was doing like 50% more damage.
I make Strathamillish clocks ticking. I don't miss. Fine. You earned it. I'm in.
Abby is back again. Hey, dude. Still no Damnation today. Kind of just started, though. Yeah, 40 maps in. We're gonna get a lot of stacked decks on this one. Stack deck, let's go.
There is no honor in what you are doing. Only hubris.
I love how you just click the ores and holds the mirror back. That's so nice. So an old weapon swap video of yours, figured you're the right person to ask. Is there any way to stop intensity? I am maybe the right person to ask, but not when it comes to intensity. That's like a spell channeling thing, right? I don't really know much about how that works. There are a lot of different ways that some buffs maintain cross weapon swaps, some don't. I don't know about that one. Generally speaking, if the buff that you're getting through the weapon swap is integral to the weapon itself that you're using. Like, for example, Smite, or like when I did weapon swap with Smite, or Smite was tied to the weapon and I was using like a bow build. You know, Smite doesn't work with a bow build, so I had Smite working off of a sword on a weapon swap. That didn't carry over on the weapon swap back to bow, the aura buff, you know. Missed the other shrine. Where is the other shrine? Only one shrine, or did I click two and they were identical? Because I only got... Oh, never mind. I'm just blind. Okay, I see them. Actually, 4 shrine buffs. You can weapon swap with Smite. Yeah, I'm 90% sure I tried that and it didn't work anyway. It worked with something that I did, I can't remember, but it didn't, I don't think it worked with that. Oh, I could be wrong. I remember exploring that whole, like, same gem socket, same color gem, you know. If it's the top left gem slot, it has to be in the top left gem slot on the weapon swap. Well, that was, oh yeah, that was for like persistent auras. Or something like, God, what was it? It was like, the thing where you spend your aura with mana instead of, but like you only had the extra mana to use it with the weapon swap, and you could like carry that buff over. Divine Blessing, yeah, that might be what it is. Yeah, something like that. I think that's what I ended up, I think it's the only thing I ever ended up using it for, that tech. I admit though, it was still kind of annoying. Yeah, because I think I had like a mana roll, like a max mana roll on a shield or something, and then, you know, you could afford to spend it barely, but like you couldn't really wouldn't leave you enough mana to have real combat with your main lanes, so you could like set it up to weapon swap like that. Oh, dude, Darkness and Throne. Yeah. My greatest gift in all of this to the Flicker Strike accuracy stacking community, as not big as it is, was people are going to stop using that Flicker Strike body armor and the Stygian Vice, and they're going to start doing this setup. Because there's like no downside, basically. You get about the same amount of damage, and you get way, 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 way more survivability. And it's not even that much harder to craft, because instead of crafting a GG Stygian belt, you're crafting a GG body armor. It's not all that much difference. In fact, you might actually argue that the body armor is easier to craft. It's not if you're using the special Grasping Mail mod. Or actually, that. But like, you can Eldritch craft the body armor, you can't Eldritch craft the belt. So in a certain context, the belt's harder to craft.
Approach, challenge.
But it makes more sense to settle for like tier 2 mods on the belt too, so it's kind of and not on the body armor.
What news? The thread is revealed.
Galvanic Field? No, I'm not. Anything related to spells, like actual spell synergy stuff, for like a spell damage build,
Abandon all pretenses and save
I've never
yourself
looked into
while
it.
you still
I've never
can.
ran a spell build. Closest thing to a spell build I've ever ran was Cast on Crit, Poison, Ice Nova of Frost Bolts, I think. Yeah. It's the closest thing. And that was kind of an experimental thing. I didn't even like actually run that build in an actual league. I am just total novice when it comes to spell damage, tech scaling things.
Sold something while you were gone.
Do I enjoy Flicker?
Rid
I do.
yourself of your
Actually, really do.
delusions. The Atlas cannot be studied.
It's not that
only
surprising. I
destroyed.
enjoyed Flicker Strike in PoE 2 0. Or 1 0.1. It's actually a little strange that I've never even played Flicker Strike in PoE 1. I'd seen it before. I knew of its potential. I just never... I don't know. You know, I'm kind of married to bows after all. The rare insta kill. Am I going to ExileCon again? I would like to, but I don't have a ticket,
A reminder
and I don't
of the virtues of an
I don't have any access to a ticket, so. I held on the first round. I thought there would be like ample opportunity to buy one in follow-up rounds of tickets being released, but that only happened one time, and then it was I actually forgot about it on the day, and then I guess it was all she wrote. I'll still potentially go if they make tickets available again, but I had a good time. Yeah, I did. I'm glad I went the first time. I feel the only thing I regret is I didn't actually do sightseeing stuff kind of like I intended to. I didn't even visit like Hobbiton. And like I'll definitely go second time. I was stupid and tried to go like with 1 day's notice, and they didn't have any room to go for people to go. So now, like, you know, plan it out properly.
Stay sane, exile.
The Delirium stack deck reward is really common. I'm surprised how common it is. It just spawns all the time. As opposed to like Scarab reward, which is super rare.
It is ready.
What do you hope to find here? Devastation is all that awaits.
Crazy to see my life flask. I just noticed when I used the life flask, and then the, you know, the crit chance when you deal critical to get a charge, and it's just like it's like instant back up to full. It's pretty funny.
Stay sane, exile.
Mob dropped 2 scarabs. I dropped 2 ultimatum of catalyzing scarabs. I don't have ultimatum scarab rewards. What the hell? Not so bad. Like, what's cool about this version of the Flicker Strike is that I actually do run fast enough. I can kind of just outpace these stupid after death divination card mechanics. So looting isn't quite as bad as it was. I was running a different version where I only had about 2/3 of the total run speed. I had like 100% increased run speed instead of about 150. It is really helpful when you run even just that much faster. It does wonders to survivability in all kinds of ways.
I am where I must be. You are not.
You have solved your problems. Flicker Strike so much better now. Oh, is it not really a survivability thing? Was it something else? Or you just like craft a body armor? Okay, I guess I outran the mirror. Well, how much damage did you increase? Jeez, dude.
The Atlas is a prison,
Wildwood.
not a prize. Leave it behind.
They will find you, and they will destroy.
Blue is here. You only had 9 million DPS? But you only got like 6 frenzy charges or something? That's pretty low, dude. That's unfortunate. I might... Nope. Damn. 300 blue goes hard. Yeah. Yeah, but like 9. I mean, if you have the passive tree, if you're level 100, are you level 100? If you're like level 100 with a similar passive tree,
My mana is
even
gone.
if your clusters are bad, and your gear is bad, and you're like nowhere near perfect gear, 9 frenzy charges, at least some kind of value on precursor rings. I don't see how you only have 9 million. Yeah, like I would expect you to be at like 30 or 40 million at the very lowest, you know what I mean? I get that the scaling is like exponential, but geez, like I just can't help but think maybe you messed something up. Or like maybe like for example your Unholy Trinity wasn't working, you know. Although you said 9 million, like that was the sheet damage. Well, anyway, I'm glad it's working better. Now imagine going from 22 million to 500 million. Imagine what that's gonna feel like. It's gonna look like this. Ugh. Too many projectiles. Oh yeah, the Transcendent Spirit is big. It's really cheap too, without a corruption. It's crazy the corruptions on, like, I feel like you could profit craft corruptions on those. Cause it's like, dude, if you get corrupted blood immunity on that, it's worth like 100 div or something. Even if you hit like curse effect reduction or something, it's probably like 50 div. Dude, it's been freaking ages since I've seen a Sentinel. Oh my god. Can this build work with normal ring? If you're doing accuracy stacking and frenzy charge stacking, probably not using normal rings. Can it work on normal rings? Yeah, I mean you can sacrifice a ton of damage at normal rings if you really want to. I mean you can check out like right now it's set up a static shock of, or static strike of Gathering Lightning, but you could check out the League Start version. that I posted up. You kind of see how I tried to work in elite, you know, and that's with normal rings. Very normal rings. Actually, not normal at all. It's like Death Rush and Winter Weave. And then one regular ring. Your first league, Omega Noob, just knew a little bit more than the next noob because you have degenerative time to spend. Okay. Are you a PoE 2 transplant? Are you a tourist here at the PoE 1
Exile.
It
community?
is ready.
Whoa! It's the first time I've heard that. Not sure you want to go back to PoE 2 again. Alright. Well, there'll be some people in this chat who are probably super excited to hear that. Hey guys, look, it's somebody who started off playing PoE 2, came to PoE 1, now they don't want to go back to PoE 2. You guys thought you'd never see the day. Well, you must have a knack for the extreme complexity of Path of Exile. Most people don't have the stomach for this over the other game. Like, the other game is much simpler and obviously more refined in many ways. Better in some ways, like we were talking about earlier about the one-shots versus recovery issues. Better balanced. But obviously the sheer amount of build creativity, potential, and scaling is like infinitely better in PoE 1 than it is in PoE 2, so it's got its high marks for sure. State of loot is terrible in the game right now, though. It's so weird that the generic state of loot in PoE 2 is like way better than PoE 1 right now. It's such a weird thing.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
We got 27, 34. Yeah, I'm gonna play 055, definitely. Okay, I only got 10 on that round, not 12. Still averaging more than one Azurin reward every other map. Feels okay, man.
What do you hope to find here? Devastation is all that awaits.
Upright.
Need 2 acceleration shrines. It's so hard to click. I don't know, man. Maybe the generic state of loot is alright, actually. Maybe people don't know what they're talking about. Honestly though, Bismuth Ore is crazy with this strat for how many magic mobs it puts on. So close. The next reward. Nah, I haven't dropped a Damnation. Nope. There's a cumulative total of Azurin rewards that I've acquired on the right hand side per day. I update it every day.
Abandon this fool's errand.
I don't have like a total number of maps ran though.
Only ruin awaits.
I have ran probably close to 500 maps at this point. I'd say at least. Yeah, I bet you it's over 500 at this point. Probably like 600-ish. But I only average one Azurin reward. I mean, since I've started, the average is probably like one every other map. Bizarre divs are so much better, not gonna lie. Are they actually better mathematically speaking, but or just, you know, factoring in the consistency of the earnings? I could do like 200 maps of a better div card setup like that, yeah. Like, does it feel very much worth running all the scarabs? The cost of the scarabs?
You gamble with forces you barely comprehend. Oh yeah, got those div cards. Or div scarab. That's still, that's never gonna get old to me. The cheapest divination scarab is still worth like over 10C, the cheapest one.
Shifting, morphing.
Okay, let's clear everything in a 3-screen radius of this one stupid object, and maybe I can click it. Puts me in a bad mood real quick. And then a divine drops. For no good reason. Anybody else kind of surprised at how common divine orb drops are?
you know, given the current state of loot. 5,700,000, 5,800,000.
What's on your mind? It is ready.
5 of these? What? Fuck, that's like 300 div.
Please do not make my mistakes your own.
Finally saw scarab rewards.
What do you hope to find here? Devastation is all that awaits.
You don't stand a chance. I know what I'd choose.
Another divine orb, dude. It's the sheer amount of magic mobs. This strat would be so crazy if somehow we're able to do it with like this amount of power in week 1. It'd be like too early to farm Damnation card. It'd be some other cards, but like in week 1, Plenty and Pilfering, they're cheap cards. Or cheap scarabs.
Stay out. Stay sane.
Approach.
Shit, I left the mirror drop. Oops. Whoops. Like, I bet you... I get nightmare maps like every other map. I bet you the cost of the strat would just almost get made up for with, like, the amount of nightmare map drops. You just get randomly. Again, off of magic monsters. It's pretty common to walk out with a nightmare map on the strat.
What you perceive is not the same as what is.
Let's do it again. One mod I started regexing off that gave me a lot more indirect survivability for this is monster cast attack speed and all that. So the after death divination mechanic here, it gets sped up if monsters have increasing cast speed. So if you don't run that mod, then it's just a lot easier to proactively avoid that. Run around, grab the loot in between the little projectiles. So, little tidbit of info for you guys. Like a sneaky killer, you know? Took me a while to realize that was like a really dangerous mod.
Stay out. Stay safe.
Why is this map lagging weird? Got like frame rate issues. Damn. Got a lot of mobs. Yeah, it's been a while since I got a div orb that way.
You are not conquering the Atlas. It is conquering you.
Six hazard and rewards. Damn. Had a covetous shrine on that map. Covetous shrine, dude. It's pumping. 22% player quant. It's effectively, it's at least 20% more loot across the board.
Hello.
Now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 46. 46?
What have you got for me? Hello.
8% pack size. Kind of nice.
Each step you take binds you tighter to the ruin we sought to escape.
Omen altar. I clicked the wrong one. Even meteor, likely to dodge or block the meteor, is really nice. That got hit by a meteor there, I think.
What is it? The thread is revealed.
Like, this build and the way it's set up is extremely resistant to red altar downsides. Like, wow. Really good. Especially if you actually have chaos res. Which I do. I have 68 chaos res.
Shifting. Reminder of the virtues of an agile mind.
Let me guess.
Now that was, I have no idea what actually killed me. Death. Feels like maybe something like monsters have AoE, but I don't think that's it. I guess a crit. Must have got like crit full damage or something.
My time is precious. Don't waste it. Let's not grab it. They tell my house. They'd never let me live it down. Ugh. Good health is so hard to find.
Map's acting more dangerous than it should be.
Shifting.
Another wildwood.
Reminder of the virtues of an agile mind.
Blue somewhere. Oh, found blue. Huh? Ah.
That's a lot of good juice for 2 events. Bismuthor, Bismuthor. Literally nothing is dropping. What? Okay. Makes sense. Can't even spawn any Eldritch Altars. What? Ah, my eyes. Your eyes getting a bit of a workout, eh? It's just no div cards on him. Oh my god. That was unbelievably bad loot for this choose, dude. This is like, it's like Mega Mirror tier choose. What? Okay. Didn't even get a div card. What? Not even one? Not even a Le Hoop
Stay
ring one?
sane,
Oh.
exile.
Nice. That was retarded. Alright. I guess I got body blocked there. Q Dog at 7k yellow and 5k blue. Well, I mean, that must have been a legendary Wildwood for him. He's not very good at it. New blue is up here. I want to take the long route. Uh-oh. Got the Bismuthor this time. Yes, lag, sir. More lag. And I did get a high tier currency. One Eldritch Orb of Annulment. Oh, damn. Delay orbs even?
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
Ooh. $85 splinters. Wow.
You follow in my footsteps, in my father's footsteps. That alone should give you pause.
Bugby, I think he got baited by the sarcasm. Minus 100 and something fire and chaos. Ooh. Sounds like a lot. I just love the Doedra's elixir flask. It's like my new little favorite item of the league. I might start using it in that in like
Abandon
league
this
start
fool's errand, I beg
setups.
of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Yeah, Covetous Shrine. To Damnation. Yo. Yo. My first one. It happened. It happened. Yeah, it only took about 600 maps. It exists. You saw it here first. And if you think I'm stopping now, no way. I don't believe in a thing called karma. I'm gonna drop another one. Back to back. Yeah, dude. I'd probably be the first person ever to drop them back to back. Now, what I really want is a quad drop. I would have to do pilfering though on like strong box to get a quad drop reliably. Dude, that'd be such an insane highlight though. Nothing tops this league's random mirror drop. Yeah, true. That's true. Wildwood and Bismuth ore. Immediately.
My mana is gone.
With blue. On the radar. Glad I chased that. Being such a bad trail. The other trail. And crabs. I guess I need to update the overlay. Huh? Anybody got a clip of the Damnation? Probably clip all of them drops. Huh? People like seeing proof of that card especially. I'm just trying to SSF an original sin. I mean, you'd be double or nothing, for sure. I guess I'll just do one more map and then we'll put it up. Would this build still work if I didn't have +1 frenzy? Yeah. I'd go from like 500 and... I'd go from like 600 mil to... Well, actually, my build's probably 500. I'd go from something like 600 mil to 400 to 450. That would be the difference.
Shifting, morphing, snapping. A reminder of the virtues of an agile mind.
Random Divine Orb.
Approach, challenge.
Yeah, I dropped a Damnation. couple maps ago. Finally. After something like 600 maps.
What have you got?
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
Alright, Azran's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 9. 54. I don't know why my Azran reward drop rate's just so high without Beyond. So weird, dude. Do the Tormented Spirits give any kind of rarity buff from... No, I don't think so. Like making you drop more loot? I don't think so. Just gives you power.
What you perceive is not the same as what is.
Three Deli Orbs?
Stay sane, exile.
Think about this. Suppress? That's...
Sends you spiraling.
Yeah, I guess I would say it's... What was it? It's definitely one of the better ones. Because at least it has a value. Like if you get that, you probably don't need to spend 2 passives to get more suppress, like I did. I think mine are better, but that might be like the next best thing after evasion for frenzy charge. Wait, actually, let me double check what that was. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to get block if you want block cap, but they're gonna cost a lot. Evasion is just nice in there, but like suppression saves you some passive points, which you could devote more towards block that you're missing otherwise. Another divine orb. Is there a clip of me dropping Damnation? Not unless somebody posted one. I was kind of hoping somebody did. I could go back and clip it myself, I guess.
You are not conquering the Atlas. It is conquering you.
What is that lag? Holy lag, though.
What is it? Go now.
Actually, I don't think it's really worth anything anymore. Alright, let me see if I can find a clip of this.
I'm lining it up right now. Okay. Ooh. Copy link. Did you show up? Alright, there's a clip. Just gotta change the stream title now. I like I can make it in short for a curse word. Damn. Alright. There we go.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
My other there we go. 2 damnation. I dropped a damnation card, dude. It's true. You just put the clip on Twitch. You can see it there if you like. Can I share the strat I'm running? Have I shared this one formally? I don't remember if I've... Yeah, I think it's in the description. Yeah, it is in the description. So if you're on YouTube, you see it in the description of the video. This is like day 30. 100% fake. Top Gun said ground loot is dead.
The more you aid him, the more harm.
Yeah, I mean, I dropped a raw mirror walking into a map, and now I've dropped a damnation card. Target farming that. I'm not doing too bad this league. He didn't really farm anything this league, did he? Like, he didn't farm damnation card, he didn't do... I mean, I guess he tried to do some mirror lock farming at one point, I don't know.
cannot master the Atlas.
Approach.
No one can.
I definitely think there's an issue with ground loot in general, but there's a lot more to do with like how bad rare monsters are, and like magic monsters still feel pretty good as far as ground loot is concerned. Well, at least relative to the current state of loot, they feel pretty good. This strat spawned a ton of magic monsters, ironically, and so, you know, I do a lot of these maps. I just notice a lot of boxes and divine orbs and even some sacred orbs sometimes, and a lot of scarab drops. Like every map that I do, I'm usually picking up loot. Like loot that I'm not even really target farming, right? Because this is meant to be by and large an all-in divination card farm. I've tweaked it so that it's also simultaneously a simulacrum splinter and deli orb farm, but that has to do with like the rewards off the deli mirror as opposed to running deli orbs. That's not really, it doesn't really have anything to do with loot in the map, dropping in the map. God, this map is hard to see what the heck's going on. This map, it seems like I got a bit unlucky on the loot. The raw loot. Did get double Azurin drop though. So there's that. Couple deli orbs, simulacrum splinters.
Stay out. Stay sane.
Your body is the can. Choose to fight, right?
See this. Where's it at? I guaranteed splinters and very likely deli orbs. Usually more than one.
Good day.
I gotta say, the memory vault thing annoys the shit out of me, though. I kind of wish I didn't have to do it. I'm kind of obligated because it's too good. It's kind of its own strat, too. Like, if you're doing really fast memory vaults, you get... I mean, you could farm astrolabes instead, but... on the flip side, you're actually getting a lot of loot. Getting that all the time. Hey, check this out. Covetous Shrine with the Bismuth. Yeah. Scarab rewards? Look at that. 6 Delirium Orbs. Woo! 6 Delirium Orb drops. Hot damn.
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
Wait, you just dropped Damnation? I did. A few maps ago. First one of the league. Now I've tasted the sweet, sweet success. Crazy thing is, I'm making half decent currency without it. It's pretty wild.
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Scarab am I running? It's quadruple plenty and pilfering. I mean, this is really similar to Red Vials. strat that he had been doing. I'm just not running Deli Orbs and Divination Chisel and Originator maps. Instead, I'm running 8 Mod Corruptor maps, no Chisel, no Deli
Stay out.
Orbs, but rather Deli Mirror Forced. And I've ran a couple different variants otherwise. This particular one features no Beyond, which is, like, so far for me, has been superior. Feel it. Shrine somewhere. Jeez. Like a Deli Orb farm while waiting for Damnations to drop. Yeah, kinda. And it turns out with all those plenty of Divination Scarabs, we spawn a lot of monsters in the map. Yeah, typically get 8 reward rounds. God, I got no, damn it. Can't even finish the map properly. Frenzy charges. Something super annoying, but I mean, I can mitigate against that by not just trying to Flicker Strike into him as he's immune to damage for an unspecified amount of time.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
Ethical Divine Orb. It is again. It's always just right there, right around 8 reward rounds. If I don't spec into some of that, then like higher progress for delirium rewards and things, I quite often only get 6 reward rounds, and then, you know, because that same line gives me like an extra full reward round for killing the map boss.
You get on with it.
Is there an Azurin Damnation ratio already established? Kind of yes, kind of no. There's a pretty wild variance in projection depending on who you ask, depending on whether they're trying to go off like Faustus gold fees versus stack deck weightings versus a collection of anecdotal evidence. I'm inclined to believe that it's Probably close to like 120 to 1. Some people think it's as much as like 400 to 1 or something, but I don't. I think it's closer to 120 to 1.
What news? As expected.
Containment? One time I got 3 of them.
You are not conquering the Atlas. It is conquering you.
Pandemonium Scarab.
Approach.
Duped, not a headhunter. That'd be such an awesome way to like dupe a Mage's Blood if it happened.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
To back Pandemonium Scarabs? Alright. Divinations are the divination cards. Immortal card, a duped immortal is now on the table. But probably too late. Not very likely to see that. Small chance. Probably be a duped patient. Or nothing.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
Obligatory tink per map. Have I ever taught somebody to say the word lisps? that specific one. I probably have. I don't remember.
Hold your tongue.
Time waits for no one.
Kind of an obscure question. Why that question? Something you find hard to say? You don't like it? Get all that loot off the boss, dude. God. Jesus. What are you talking about? Noise? The noise of psst, like
The
that
Atlas
noise?
twists all fates.
PS?
Be gone from here.
You like tilted, but I'm hearing that noise or something? Rage baiting? I think he's the one that's rage baited by the noise. I don't care. I mean, there's a lot of dumb things about the English language. I would not score that one very high on the list. You know, a lot of languages got some weird sounds. They're hard. The R sound in English is, like, in terms of like global languages are concerned, the R sound in English is by far the hardest thing about the English language, just in terms of like sounds to replicate. Like you ask people from all over the world to say the word refrigerator, like very few of them can say it perfectly. Even if they hear it first, they would have a hard time saying it perfectly. It's just that strange of a sound. It's a very unintuitive sound for the human voice. People who are like native English speakers don't realize it, but the amount of vocal musculature that's required to say the word refrigerator properly, like it's basically like maximum workout for your vocal cords and your like the muscles that control that area. It's a lot of muscles that are being stimulated in your vocal range to say that word, like more than virtually any other sound on earth that the human voice can make. Which is why intuitively it's a bad sound to include in your language, because it requires a great deal of effort to make that sound compared to, you know, something else, some other simple sound. So it's kind of weird that that sound is so prevalent in the English language, because it's so taxing on the voice. And like those, as an ESL teacher, those who don't have that sound in their language, it's not even just a matter of it being hard to replicate, it's also very tiring. Like, the voice will get sore very quickly trying to like repeatedly make that sound. Now, if you grew up with it and it was integral to your language, then it's not as big of a deal, and it's just like any other muscle in the body. You work it out, you know, you grow up speaking with that sound, it develops the muscles in a way where it becomes fairly easy. But even as a native English speaker, if I were to spend like all day making every vowel sound or every consonant or vowel sound in the language, and I were to like just dedicate that day to making that sound all day long, my voice would wear out faster with the R sound than anything else. There's no doubt about that. Like, you would lose your voice faster trying to just go all day. Like, just try to do that for like 5 minutes straight. You'll lose your voice.
Your sanity is not
Guaranteed.
promised to you here.
R is a growl with an open voice. I love teaching it that way, actually. I like teaching that, especially to like kids. It's a good way to teach kids a sound, to use onomatopoeia wherever you can. You know, it's a sound that you've heard in your life. Okay, you've heard a dog growl, right? You've heard a lion's roar, right? Like, you've heard those sounds, so it's not like the sound is completely foreign. Well, it's a lot like that sound, you know, just a little bit scaled down, right? It's not quite as ferocious. I might have been caught barking to kids in my classes before, on occasion. I barked at kids. Just to show them how relatable the sound is. And they either repeat it back to me or they look at me like, what the fuck is wrong with this teacher? One or the other. Or not barking, yeah, usually it would be a growl anyway, not a bark. How'd you overroll the amulet, Volatile? Or, well, I actually bought this. It made a lot more sense to buy it. I don't know how many divines it cost. I'm sure it's like extremely expensive now because it wasn't that desirable when I purchased it. But if you wanted to roll your own, yeah, that's what it would take. This is really, really hard to hit, though. I mean, it's... At least the roll range is fixed, so it's always 225. But, yeah. To try to hit that perfect is rough. And the Volatile Val Orbs are also a lot more expensive now than they were a couple weeks ago. Any new Sanctum farmers in the chat? Yeah. Alright, how many we got now? 7 times 9. 63. 68. 68. $68 and 100 maps? That's really fucking good, dude. That's better ratios than I usually have. I mean, you can settle for like 1 or 2 percentages off of perfect and get a huge discount. That's your choice to make.
Stay sane, exile.
Choose your next move. The choice is yours.
I'm really glad that I dropped the Damnation on stream and not off stream. Because I've been actually doing some of these maps off stream too. I was kind of afraid that... I made sure I had my recording software on so we would be able to at least prove it. It didn't drop. Oh. That's the cool Divine Orb. Dude, they make Divines 4 times more common. I'd be dropping them every map. How many total maps? Yeah, oops. I said earlier, I think maybe like 600 around this time. Like 600 before today, so it'll be like 750 after today. I don't know exactly.
You follow in my footsteps, in my father's footsteps. That alone should give you pause.
The Trathan Code.
Sometimes the flickers just like take you exactly where you want to go. It's so good. That was so crazy. What just happened right there? For a split second. It was kind of like, it felt like I was, you know, a windshield washer or like a window washer, you know, with the squeegee. I was just cleaning up the map perfectly like that. Squeegeeing the map. You sure our patience with this kind of farming? Well, I enjoy it. This is actually a really fun farm. I don't think this would be nearly as fun if it wasn't simultaneously one of the best ways to drop raw loot. It's unironically one of the best raw loot farms. Just because you're adding some obscene number of magic packs onto the map. And the best part is you don't even have to pay for the Bloodline Scarab. You're getting like Bloodline Scarab power without even paying for it. Which is the craziest thing. Like to me this farm, considering that like League mechanic monsters are in like the worst state they've ever been, and like you really look at this. I mean that there's no doubt in my mind that dropped off of a Divination of Plenty mob somewhere. Actually, hold on, I can check to see. Yeah, look at all the div animations there above there. It's unironically just a free Bloodline Scarab. Even better than that. It's actually even better because you're getting way more. Like the ratio of normal to magic monsters, especially observing native monsters on the map. The ratio of normal to magic is obscured even more favorably than a Bloodline Scarab would give you. And this is kind of speculation, but I think when the game is programmed with % more, like a Divination Scarab or Avarice or Divination Chisel, Avarice Chisel, Scarab Chisel, those give you % more, or like the Originator mod, % more bonus of those drops. That shifts the weightings of the drop for that, and it's very powerful for that purpose. But actually, the Divination Scarab, it says 100% increased Divination card dropped. I think that's actually just straight up extra loot tacked on to what you're already dropping. I'm pretty sure. I mean, we already know that like Divination Chisel synergizes 100% with, like, multiplicatively with the Divination Plenty monsters. That's why the Divination Chisel is very strong with this strat. Because it's a straight up multiplier. So it's two different sources of Divination card drops. And again, I think % increase means additional loot. Which means you're not, what I'm getting at is you're not losing drops. You're not losing Divine Orb drops. You're not losing Big Scarab drops for running the Divination Plenty Scarab. You are losing those drops if you're running Divination Chisel. That's why I'm just getting like a surprisingly high amount of good raw loot. Currency and scarabs mainly. And then like on this map, you know, I got the chisel, or not, sorry, I can't speak right. I got the, I don't know why I said chisel. Bismuth ore and Covetous Shrine active at the same time, and that's like a double whammy improvement to your quantity of loot off of magic monsters in particular. Like a 1-2 punch. Whole bunch of extra loot. Not guaranteed, obviously. Why that ended there like 99.9%?
What do you hope to find here? Devastation is all that awaits.
Over the shrine. And there's also crabs after that. So this map, I don't have a bismuth ore, but I do have to cut this shrine, so it's like 22% player quant. An unobtainable modifier to loot in any other way in current meta. So it's basically a legacy. It's a legacy stat. Oh yeah, it also gives rarity. Forgot about that. It actually gives a lot more rarity. It's like 70% rarity or something.
Can I help? The threat is revealed.
Hi, hottest up Damnation farm, please. You will see this atlas linked in the YouTube stream description. It says quadruple divination plenty in one pill frame.
You are not.
The Traven I expected more.
Yeah, I'm scrying Damnation. So it's a graveyard. Apparently the two best maps are Damnation if you are patient and willing to run like 500 maps or so to even deserve one. Or Bazaar, which is apparently another really good map to scry, and you would see returns more quickly there, albeit I think on average lower returns, marginally lower returns.
hell is a crossover point at? Couldn't find it on either side. Too bad blue was on that map. Killed him with one frenzy charge. Sorry, man. I'm getting a headache looking at this. I don't got a problem with that. If I was riding in a sports car in the back seat that was moving like this, I'd probably get a headache too. You're just listening? Oh, okay. Appreciate it. Sure. Flux refill. Man, my performance in the wild was pretty low in the last couple. Oh well. Wait, did the bot not work for that command? Because it's like a curse word? Is it like a conflicting thing or something? What build is this? It's Flicker Strike. Yeah, actually, because it's a curse word, it doesn't work. Wow. Oh, no, it's because you guys aren't typing 1. It's damn 1. Because it's going to be a damn 2 eventually, okay? We're going to make these numerical.
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
Now this is the kind of Wildwood entrance I want to see.
Frenzy Sustain is ascendancy. I got Frenzy on Kill as a notable on the passive tree. I got Frenzy while moving as an ascendancy point. Although that's actually the least reliable source of Frenzy charges. The Frenzy while moving. But then we got Frenzy on Hit, which is baked into the gem. And then we got Frenzy on Mark enemy hit, which is a little bit more, which helps kind of sustain a little better in a real way. This is the third time in a row I'm getting skunked by the freaking wildwood. I don't even know if I'm on the which quadrants I'm in. I don't even know. Okay, finally figured it out. Too late. Oh, no, this smooth. Covetous. Boom, Divine Orb. Now the frenzy charges. If I get bad RNG, I can drop my frenzy charges really fast. Because I have like a 41% chance on hit against a marked enemy to get frenzy charge. And then we have multi-strike, so that's granting an extra 3 attacks. So I believe that's 41% chance rolls 4 times per 1 frenzy charge use. So mathematically it should sustain, but quite often what happens is you're like over sustaining for a split second, then you get bad RNG. Under sustain.
Quickly.
Yeah, I just hit him a bunch. Still got 12. Well, it's kind of like how chances are pretty high that if you were to do the gamble twice or nothing, 1,000 times in a row, and you started with 12 cards, there's a really high chance you're going to run out at some point. You might go all the way up to 100 cards. You still fall down to 0. Yo, this strat look good with 7 years, bad luck. Yeah, I think it looks even better with the Bazaar though. For like a Hinekor lock card, and then there's like another one that's good too. Let's see, we got 8 times, that's 63, 82, 72? 72, 74. 74. Oh, I'm not there yet.
You follow.
I didn't know
in
you
my
were
footsteps,
playing an
in
accuracy
my
stacker till a
father's
friend pointed it out.
footsteps. That alone should give you pause.
Yep. This is Omega accuracy. This is a two-way stacker. It's accuracy and frenzy charges, courtesy of the Deadeye's accuracy frenzy charge synergies. And then Dream Feather in general also makes this something of a evasion stacker too. And of course we get, so the synergy to stacking evasion is getting potentially evasion cap, which this build does have if you have the mod on the Watcher's Eye and some blind as well, and then you got a really big body armor like this one with like over 3,000 evasion. I really like how stacking evasion on this build legitimately gives you quite a bit of damage too. That's kind of cool. Like, I'm getting over 300% increased damage just through evasion. It ran out of charges. Well, back, watch how fast he dies now. Still died kind of slow, actually. That guy was a tank. Tanky dude. Cool. Follow up the message, but yeah, I saw the video afterwards. You're the best item you've ever had. Not kind of exact 40% accuracy. Frenzy ring. 40% accuracy. Frenzy. What do you mean 40?
The more you aid him, the more harm you bring
That
upon
legacy?
him.
40% increased damage per frenzy charge? Is that what that is? Oh, I see. Oh, wow. A volatile Valdit. Oh, shit. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't have the balls to do that on League. Well, wait, you can Hinekor lock that, right? I guess you can Hinekor lock it, so. I'm checking Max Frenzy and then the Volatile Val. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. That's true. That's nice.
How do I like this build versus something a full clear with a bow wand? Yeah, I kind of mentioned yesterday or the day before that I feel like
Can I help?
the clear speed of this is
It is ready.
kind of. I feel like the last time I had clear and overall clear and speed this strong was Legacy Headhunter, or pre-nerf, not Legacy, but pre-nerf Headhunter. So all the way back to Arch Nemesis League, back when you could stack like multiple haste buffs. As far as like the movement speed that I have, the overall mobility combined with the clear and just like the way I can especially clear an open map like this. I wonder how many new viewers I'm getting. Are there any of you in here, like either on YouTube or Twitch, who are watching this stream specifically because I'm playing either Flicker Strike or Accuracy Stacker? Like, that's just totally your jam and you're just gonna go wherever somebody's actually playing those? Oh shit, I missed that. Ugh.
My time is precious. Charmed, I'm sure. Now run.
Forgot to put it back on. There's something soothing about hearing constant ba 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 dong dong ding ba 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 and seeing flashing on the side of the monitor. Oh yeah, I hear that. There's your ting. The reflective is rough on this one. Another one of those pandemonium scarabs. I don't know about others, but I'm watching because I'm doing laundry and missing PoE1. Haven't played in a year now. I don't know what's stopping you from getting back in. Or at least try PoE2 out. I don't know.
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Bruh. That is truly the most ethical Divine Orb drop of the day.
approach.
It's pretty crazy how you can just hold down Flicker Strike while pressing Leap Slam and occasionally pressing left click to move. And you'll just automatically flicker if anything is in range.
What you perceive is not the same as what is.
I don't actually normally do that, but I'm doing it right now just to kind of show you guys. This is what it looks like to just hold down Flicker Strike while kind of, to some extent, guiding the character. Giving suggestions on where to go. Yeah. I like trying to walk an angry pit bull.
Stay sane.
Something like that.
Exile.
And if you're expecting
Oh, alright.
mercy,
Like that.
show the colors on you now. Ah, let's see how you feel.
Then with King Gloom Shrine is like, okay, dude. Okay, dude. How about that? How about that gameplay loop, guys? To people who like make memes about how fast
You are not
PoE 2
conquering
is,
the Atlas. It is conquering you.
and they're like, it's already happened. PoE 2 is just as fast as PoE 1 is. And just show them a clip of this. Be like, are you sure? Are you sure about that? I don't think you quite understand the ceiling of speed. Their guide for this build. I made a guide for the static strike of Gathering Lightning, which is set up almost identical in YouTube. a YouTube video of mine recently, but I am going to make an update on that with the Flicker Strike version in mind and talk about a few of the changes. I spent about 4 mirrors on this build, but a lot of people are building it now and spending way less. I don't think anybody's able to really put it together for anything less than like 100 div, and that's like super scrapped. But with a few hundred divines, especially like a mirror minimum, you can get a pretty respectable version of this. With not perfectly rolled gear, obviously, on it. 78. So 78 and 120 maps. Nice.
Shifting, morphing,
I am this
a
choice.
reminder of the virtues of an Advent.
So I need a vulnerability shrine. Nova King says you wish you had mobility scaling based on like actual movement speed and stuff. Flame dash and things like that. Yeah. Kinda like we did back when we had pre-nerf Headhunter. Mage Blood can, you know, get up there. The Shrine Belt last league, I did run for a brief moment the Shrine Belt last league. Acceleration Shrine variant, and that was some pretty insane, just straight up movement speed. But, you know, it was obviously very high budget. Static Strike versus Flicker. Static Strike if you want just raw single target and like control. Static Strike of Gathering Lightning is way better for like Uber bossing, for example. But this would be better in most other scenarios because if you care at all about your clear, not just mobility but clear speed, like Flicker Strike's better. Somebody earlier said they really liked Smite of Judgment. as maybe a sort of in-between. It seemed to have better reach, you said. I haven't actually tried that skill. That'd be a cool alternative, though. You simply swap gem. Not exactly, but... Again, I'm gonna make a video on this. I swapped out the attack mastery wheel. I swapped out the attack mastery wheel for greater ancestral call, which is like I wouldn't need greater ancestral call for static strike. I would just need one additional range so that I have more like range on my single target, more reach, so to speak. For flicker strike, it's not about getting more reach. It's about just like getting stronger, clear. Some people don't like running it though, but I think it's good. Because when a flicker goes off, it just bombs the entire screen. It's you and three other copies of you with 50% greater reach on, you know, how far those copies can extend. So you can even like, your copies will start like off screening and stuff. And at, you know, I still have like almost 600 million DPS without that damage support in there. So it doesn't matter for this content. I don't need it. Like maybe I would do something different if I was running like 100% deli, maybe. But even that, probably not.
There is no honor in what you are doing, only hubris.
I like how I can be surrounded by an entire screen full of monsters, it's no big deal. But the second this stupid divination card thingies come out, it's like, oh god. Everyone down. Long tincture base. A lot of deli orb potential. Five deli orbs. Huzzah! Did I understand the Subsume helmet correctly? You're supposed to feed it 4 rare jewels. First thing you want to do is decide whether you want like a perfect 240% roll or 239. For some reason, this item can't be overrolled with volatile vowels, I guess. I don't know why. That's really stupid. Yeah, anyway,
Please do not make my
you
mistakes your own.
you don't want to feed it the jewels until you're content on what the roll is, because that's a lot cheaper than the jewels. Probably, unless you're using like really cheap jewels, I guess. What's that? A divine orb? Or Azure in the woods. Damn. Someone in Global was trying to tell me that I would lose currency trying to farm Damnation. Watching that doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, a lot of people are misinformed. I mean, hell, even Red Vial's strat I don't think loses you currency. His view would come out closer to even. At one point, the Damnation card was worth like, when it was worth like 1,000 divines or something. And a mirror was like only like 650 or some shit. Really, I just want to click that is all. I don't want to kill everything on here first. God, it takes so long to click that. Yeah, anyway, at the height of the Damnation's power, the Pilfering Scarab went up to like 120C, and Plenty Scarabs were like 30C each or something. And if you did like the full-blown Divination chisels were like over 100C each, and you know the Divine Orb was only like 160 chaos at the time. So yeah, when the ratios were like that, you actually did lose currency until you hit. And especially if you were farming that variation. Now, the investment costs are all a lot cheaper, and the Damnation card itself is, well, a lot less valuable. You know, if you go from like 1,000, it went from like 1.5 mirrors to 0.7 mirrors, I guess, or something like that, right? Its value is basically cut in half relative to the value of a mirror. Oh yeah, well, I mean, he just doesn't. He's just a follower of the meta strat. That's what you just call classic meta cuck. You know, I doubt he came up with that riveting epiphany on his own. You know, he probably pulled the strat from a spreadsheet. You know, Red Ball spreadsheet, and at the time when it was posted, that was the information, and that's the strat everybody was doing. And again, different state of economy may have called for that version of the strat more so than now, but like, the economy is flexible, man. Like, the economy changes all the time on all this stuff. Like, you gotta stay on top of it. You gotta know more than just how to read a spreadsheet that's snapshotted in time about a strat that came out 15 days ago or something. Like, if you want to actually be decent at the game, you gotta know this stuff. You actually have to learn it.
What new? Hello? Who now?
I'm making something like 15 div an hour, not counting my damnation drops. And I'm not running the chisel, I'm not running deli orbs, I'm farming up deli orbs and simulacrum
What do
splinters.
you hope to find here?
I'm dropping
Devastation is all that awaits.
fewer cards per map than the big juice strap, but I'm spending less time per map and, you know, earning more currency outside of those drops. It depends on the kind of build you're running will determine to what extent it's a good idea to run this way or not. For a build like mine, this is extremely advantageous. Because if I run Beyond, it's going to take a lot more time to full clear the map relative to how fast I can full clear the map without Beyond. If I run Abyss, that's really going to add a lot of time to the map relative to how long it takes to clear the map without Abyss. But if you're on like a slow build, a really tanky build, it's going to take you a while to clear the map either way. Less advantageous to do this. So I often, like, this is my default. I always, like, this is really my modus operandus. Taking viable, good strats and making them better, but often by simply refining how the map is ran and tweaking the type of materials I'm doing to run in, or I'm using to run it. Quite often making it a little bit more quantity over quality, like quantity of maps over the quality of the map. Maybe scaling back the juice slightly where it makes sense to. And just outpacing everybody else, you know, in what they're doing. This is how I've always, I mean, this is how I became popular. This was, some of you might remember shrine juicing apothecary farming in Crimson Temple. Like, you do the map in like 3 minutes for a full clear of that map, 3 minutes flat. Like shrines in Harbinger, or even like shrines in Rake Strongbox. And the goal was speed, speed, speed. Maybe it was with a winged divination scarab, maybe not. Maybe it was with the cheaper one. And then people would be like, what? You make that much currency per hour doing that? Less juice? Less is more? What? Less is more? Like, that's the lesson a lot of people have learned watching my content over the years. It's just another iteration of that.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
Damn. I misclicked that many times.
I mean, I'll move on. A job doesn't matter how this ends. I needed it. Come back when you've made up your mind.
No card. I hate how the stupid Bismuth Tornado is always right here. Always here, right when I'm waiting on the drops. Reminds me of my days living in the Midwest. Always some tornado
I
nearby.
am where
You gotta
I must be.
keep your eyes peeled out for.
Well, yet, here you are, in the bidding of others.
Eh? Hmm. Eh? What? Really? I don't believe it. Scammed. Bismuth ore with no blue. I'm gonna drop a mage blood, guys. Oh my god. The crabs. Much effing lag. Oh my god, he got the covetous shrine too. I got real MF. Yo, this is Omega Mage blood farming setup right here. Well, it doesn't matter how many frames per second I have when I'm holding Flicker Strike down, so. Not getting any good loot though. I didn't feel like those monsters had any more HP than normal though. That was crazy. God, that loot was so bad, dude. I walked out of that map with like 60 simulacrum splinters and that's it. What in the world?
There is no honor in what you are doing. Only hubris.
Save the mirror! Save the mirror! Oh. Damn. Lost my covetous shrine. Ugh.
Get on with it. All right, you win. Take a left.
Some arms. Ooh, divine beauty. A tornado again. I think it used to like smart target the player, but doesn't do that anymore.
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Really enjoy how low lag the map has when the Wildwood isn't there. I suppose in looking back at all the lag that I've dealt with in previous league, this is one of the least laggy leagues. I guess because it's one of the least loot creating leagues. Those two go hand in hand. Yeah, this build's not very expensive. Especially if you're not trying to get, like, you know, perfectly rolled helmet, perfectly rolled jewels, perfectly overrolled amulet, all tier 1 rares. Yeah, it's not that bad. The rings can be multiple mirrors apiece, but they can also be just a few dozen divines apiece. If you're settling, that's where you settle, is the rings. They do scale the build insane though, so like they are what you work up toward. Like the rings are like the item in the build that is like what you're excited to work towards if you want to, you know, invest a huge amount into it and start from the bottom. But the build functions without good rings well enough. And this is about what 3, 4, maybe 5 mirrors will look like.
Good day.
Like if I had like the literal like god tier rings, I would be doing more than twice as much damage. But would that really matter? Like would I even notice that really? I mean, outside of trying to do like 100% deli or something? Probably not. How much for the body armor? Average cost? I'm not exactly sure. It's definitely a pretty expensive body armor. It starts off with pulling the grasping mail mod over, fracturing it. Then the best thing to do is actually start on the prefixes, which isn't too hard. You just use defense fossils, one tier defense fossils. Eventually you get double tier 1 there. And then it's Eldritch crafting for the suffixes. You basically just constantly you do like triple exalt chaos orb reroll, exalt Eldritch chaos, or triple exalt Eldritch chaos, triple exalt Eldritch chaos until you hit tier 1 suppress. And when you hit tier 1 suppress, you would like annul it down, and then you would do like, you would block with Dext, I guess. You can't block with life regen. I think you block with Dext. Or you would block with Dext int. So you would hybrid roll Dext int, crafted. And then you would exalt slam and hope you get one of the top tier resistances. Just one of them. Doesn't matter which one, because you switch it over. So that actually has like a weighting of 3,000 against, you know, removing all Dex and int off of it. So it's not terrible to try to hit. The hardest thing to hit would be the suppress in the first place, because it only has a weighting of 500. But that's the best way you would do. Of course, you would all flame craft that on the last mod to get the tier 1 res. So I mean, a weighting of 3,000 against nulling out int and dex while also getting 4 looks on it. I mean, that's a halfway decent chance of hitting. And you could potentially settle for tier 2.
You follow in my footsteps, in my father's footsteps. That alone should give you pause.
I don't think it's like some universally valuable body armor though. I mean, like, I know that the Grasping Mail mod is, like, considered worthless when I crafted it. there were like 100 or so on trade, and they were all like under 100 C. The mod itself is worth like 50 C or something. Now, though, who knows what it's worth. The mod's not even mandatory either. Like, build still works without that mod. What is the mechanic to wear 3 rings? Oh, that's this here, the unseen hand off of the Bloodlines Ascendancy for King of the Mist. Utility flasks are disabled. Yeah, to run Unholy Trinity, you need at least one source of 10% lightning as extra chaos. When you have 2 sources, you do even more damage, and you have extremely high uptime on Unholy Trinity, as opposed to... I mean, to be fair, the build attacks so damn fast, like, it's not like your uptime is bad, but I have had some situations where it was down when it should have been up. I thought that did honestly bother the heck out of me. Yeah, you should wear the jewel either way. There's not even really a jewel that's that much better, and this also gives you spell block too, like 6 spell block, I think, which is nice in that spot.
I hope you're not here to curry favor with my...
Not the right unique build, buddy. Yeah, I'm playing around with just holding Flicker Strike down. I do like this. It makes it even more annoying when I gotta click on something, but outside of clicking on something, like, holy crap, dude. It's like a walk in the park. Damn one. Did I not title it right? Maybe I didn't title it right. Oh. I'm retarded. Did nobody tell me this? I put the wrong command in the title. The command is damn one. This whole time people have been... now I understand why people keep not putting the 1 in there. My bad. That's 100% my bad.
Thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
Man, the shit I put my viewers through. Ugh. I don't know how you guys put up with me. I'm a bad streamer.
Let me guess. Houses are... I hope you're not here to curry favor with my family. By all means, throw your life away. We're partners then.
Well, I thought that scarab was worth something. Do I have to, bro, how many times do I have to click this? Click. Click.
Approach.
only we could use the series promise. Ha. Fine, the jewel is like dirt cheap though. Like, just get the jewel.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
That jewel might even be League Star viable. Variation of it. Is the Blue Dream of any variation considered a League Star viable item? I would guess it is. Well, the problem is Unholy Trinity is kind of expensive at League Star. Large cluster. Type exclamation POB. The explanation build is the video guide from the recent version, which is like the good explanation for this build at its core, but it's not actually Flicker Strike.
Approach, Jolly.
We don't do hardly any fizz damage though. Like we do almost zero physical damage. Like fizz gains extra is basically a meaningless stat.
Prepare to face your unmaking.
You would have a harder time sustaining Trinity with a series flask than you would that jewel. I mean, the only physical damage we do is Foulborn Dream Feather. But this is like 600 to 3,000 lightning damage or something. How'd you come up with this build? Well, this build already at its core, this build already exists or did exist on PoE Ninja. What I did with Static Strike of Gathering Lightning was more my thing, but as far as Flicker Strike is concerned, that is the predominant version of accuracy stacking Deadeye, Foulborn Dream Feather stuff. So a lot of people automatically associate accuracy stacking with Juggernaut because for the longest time that was the quintessential way to stack attack speed on an accuracy stacking build. But 2 leagues ago, Foulborn Dream Feather came into the mix and allowed you to dual wield basically the Juggernaut's Ascendancy times 2, effectively. While, you know, not getting that great of stats on the weapon either way. But it also comes with accuracy stacking through damage through evasion too. Or not accuracy, but rather evasion stacking promotes evasion stacking as well. And they go a little bit hand in hand because an accuracy stacker is typically going to scale evasion in one way or another either way. And the Foulborn Dream Feather setup really promotes the Deadeye's somewhat new ascendancy, its newest ascendancy form, Avidity, which is which is like the only source of percent more accuracy in the whole effing game. Like the entire game, I think, is the only source of percent more accuracy. Scaling through Frenzy Charge. So now it's a hybrid Frenzy Charge accuracy stacker with a mild encouragement to stack evasion on top of it, because you're blending it over with this here. But the way these sync up in interesting ways through this is a really interesting item for this build. So if you think of it as a three-way stacker, evasion and accuracy due to the weapon, and then accuracy due to the rings, and then also evasion potentially, like, or rather, okay, so yeah, it's an accuracy stacker due to the gloves, that you get crit through the gloves, you get attack speed through the weapon, and you get damage and other things through. Oh, sorry, let me start over again. Repeat. Okay. You get crit chance through the gloves, stacking accuracy, and you get attack speed, dual wield through the weapons, stacking accuracy. Then you give yourself a whole bunch more accuracy by also stacking frenzy charges to create a two-way stacker. When you stack frenzy charges, you then unlock extreme scaling through the precursors by getting even more accuracy per frenzy charge, or other good stats too, but predominantly accuracy per frenzy charge. And then you're scaling max frenzy charge. One additional way to get max frenzy charge is running Grace with Sublime Vision. If you're running Grace with Sublime Vision, you're getting a supercharged Grace aura, which then boosts up the percent damage through evasion stacking, is the third trifecta of stacking here. It goes accuracy, then frenzy charge, then evasion on the back end. And then you get even more evasion per frenzy charge through things like this on the the ring, for example. Here you see 8% increase evasion per frenzy charge, 8% evasion per frenzy charge, and then you also have damage per frenzy charge here as a possible node on Sublime Vision. So Elegant Hubris is just an absolute monster for this build, and we happen to be completely screwed over when it comes to hitting attribute requirements on this build, and so Supreme Ostentation is just kind of a shoe-in, because it's hard enough to devote all the suffixes on the couple of rare pieces that we can wear. They gotta go towards resistances. I mean, they just have to, because just pretty much just have to. So yeah, Elegant Hubris super strong for two separate reasons there. Tack on the fact that this league in particular, a brand new helmet came into the mix, which is Subsume the Source, which can be used for a lot of different things. You could use this to stack up other stats, but nothing is giving you more as far as like the stat weightings and of how Abyss jewels work. Accuracy is like super premium, because 300 accuracy on one jewel is a crazy amount of accuracy when you compare it to, like, for example, how much accuracy can you get on a rare helmet, or a rare piece of gloves, or a rare quiver? You can only get 600. So you can get half as much accuracy on a jewel as you can on, like, any other piece of gear. As opposed to, like, resistances. You know, you can get a 10 res, all res on a jewel, but you can get, I guess you can't get, like, a lot of all res on an item. But let's say, for example, attributes. Attributes to be a good comparison, because attribute stacking is popular. You can only get 8 all attributes, or 15 of one attribute on a jewel, but you can get like 60 of it on a ring or a helmet or something. So you can't actually get a lot of, you can't really attribute stack with this helmet, at least not in any meaningful way. So it almost seems tailor-made for accuracy stacking. I have seen evidence that people are like mana stacking with the jewel a little bit, or life stacking a little bit. But to me, like, accuracy stacking is just it's just a monster accuracy stacker item in new one. So yeah, a good while back, the Deadeye got... This used to be some sort of terrible bleed synergy ascendancy a long time ago. It got changed several leagues ago. Several leagues ago, this necklace came in, this amulet, which is obviously crazy for accuracy stacking potential. 2 leagues ago, Foulborn Dreamfeather was brought into the game, and this league, Subsume the Source was brought into the game. And so now it's just looking really, really strong for this type of accuracy frenzy evasion stacker. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, JT Hollywood said something really important there.
Yes, yes.
Actually, one of the biggest reasons to go Elegant Hubris and Supreme Ostentation is because we get an absolutely huge tattoo for the build. Percent increased accuracy. So, I mean... That's a lot more power on a tattoo than most builds can get.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
Up front.
My mana is gone.
Oh, oh my god. Ran out of mana. This looks stupid and so much fun at the same time. Well, I mean, if you were to leave a review for the game Path of Exile 1, that pretty much sums it up. That's Path of Exile 1 in a nutshell. The best part of it is the theory crafting behind it, not the actual gameplay. $86. Alright, 86 Azurin rewards and 120 maps.
Abandon this
Well, I got 2
fool's errand, I
Damnations
beg of
earlier,
you.
yeah.
If you do
Finally
not,
did drop that
only
card.
ruin awaits.
Yup. Got 1, or in the case of 1, I got 2. been profitable. I'm making like 15 divines an hour, not counting damnation drops. So yeah, extremely profitable. It depends on. I don't know for sure. Obviously, don't know what the drop rate is comparing Azure rewards to Damnation. That being the other sort of card we use to track the quality of the divination farm.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one
If it is
can.
actually like 1 in 120, which is what the Faustus gold fees suggest, as well as some people's anecdotal evidence. If that is actually the ratio, then this is like a 100 div per hour farm. Or more, maybe. Normalized, like average, of course, with extreme variance, but, you know, people want to know the average nonetheless. Nobody really knows the drop rate of Damnation, though. I'm kind of wishing I'd done this Farm All League. I wish I knew what I knew now. I would have enjoyed doing this Farm All League. I could have done, like, several thousand maps test. It's too bad. Maybe next league. We got red vials, blue vials, and now we'll have snoo vials. Maybe I'll name my character Snoo Vials. He's so funny. Just because I plan to run Damnation Farm All League. Again, the other big secret thing is this is a huge magic monster raw loot farm, the likes of which a Bloodline Scarab kind of wishes it was. Not just magic monsters, magic native monsters on the map. The raw loot is considerably good when you factor in how bad loot is. Wait, what is this comment? If you do 200 maps a day, you'll have done 1,000 maps in 3 days. Are you mean based on the maps that I already did, or are you just that bad at math? Okay. Okay. I think he probably means that, probably going off the fact that I've done like, I haven't actually done 200 maps a day. Or wait, no. Well, actually, didn't I say earlier today? I might have said earlier today. Counting on and off stream, I think I'm doing at least 200 maps a day. Because yesterday I did 140 maps on stream. The day before I did 160 maps on stream. And I definitely did more than 200 maps total yesterday and the day before per day. Definitely. Probably like 240, something like that. So really, yeah. Wait, that's a big litmus test for me as to whether or not I'm enjoying a league. If I'm willing to do like 100-something maps in one day on stream,
You are not
and,
conquering
you know,
It is conquering you.
I've closed the stream, and it's time to go get dinner. I go get dinner, I come back. I now have the options to do, you know, relax, TV, YouTube, whatever I want. And my first inclination is to log the game back up again and then start running some more maps off stream. That's a pretty good indicator that I know that I'm really liking the league. Like, actually really liking it. So my opinion of the league, before making this build and doing this farm, was kind of not the greatest league. You know, just more boss rushing stuff, which I mean, boss rushing is I get a certain satisfaction out of that, but honestly, yeah, I hadn't really thought about it until now. I'm kind of getting sort of Crimson Temple divination farming vibes out of this. You know how like the Crimson Prison, like we all just kind of enjoyed doing the Enraged Strongbox farm, like endlessly, like just don't stop, can't stop, won't stop, you know. This kind of attitude. And yeah, I mean, I feel like if you told me I had to run like 5,000 of these maps in one league, I wouldn't even think like, I wouldn't even dread it at all. I'd be like, okay, sounds good. Get on with it. 10,000 map tests. The problem is, it's going to be time to start getting ready for PoE 2 soon, and as happy as I am that we found something enjoyable in PoE 1 here, I think PoE 2 is in a pretty nice spot, given that it's still beta.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
I'm having a lot of fun with that game too. And people are really counting on me over there. Yeah, most people don't care about what I'm doing in PoE 1 anymore. Sad to say, but you know, I get way more attention in PoE 2 related stuff, especially this past league. There were a lot of people who followed that Spirit Walker Twister build and liked it and had questions and are asking, you know, what am I going to do next league, planning to follow it or whatnot. I mean, it was really like the amount of attention that that build got this past league was, I hadn't seen attention like that since like damn near Calandra League, you know, whenever I was making moves. Part of that's because the game's new and got a lot of energy and a lot of people are interested in doing it, but part of it is just because the way I wanted to play, the type of build I happened to become known for, and all that stuff just lined up really well in that game. I could see accuracy stacking, archetypes, or even like flicker strike. Like if they didn't nerf this going into 3.30, I mean, I could see this turning some heads, bringing some people back to our camp. There will always be a contingent of the player base who, and this primarily speaks to people who just like put a stream on in the background. This type of farming, this type of gameplay, this is exactly the kind of gameplay that the like extreme juicers, extreme like players in PoE 1, they want to put this on the second monitor. The person they choose for this is going to be whichever build is the fastest, most extreme, most loot dropping at a given time, most jackpot fund. That's the stream they're going to put on the second monitor, no matter who it is, like whichever content features that at its highest level. And I haven't, to be honest, I haven't been that person, actually, in quite a while. There was a time when people, I think, considered me that. When I was like the go-to person, you know, the magic finder. I was so well known for magic finding. And so I was the stream a lot of people had on. Kobe Black Mambo was always a big one back then too. Like when I wasn't streaming, he'd be the stream that I would pull up for that. Empyrean Gaming, you know, and Snap and their whole group would be a stream people would have up sometimes, but a lot of people hated the whole like having to listen to like the group chat or have that in the background. It was kind of annoying for a lot of people too. But this, I mean, I'm seeing the same thing you guys are. I'm aware of what Ethereal Knives is doing, and that's like considered the fastest build or whatever. Like that's, I'm sorry, but like that's not clearing as fast as this. Or at the very least, it's not it doesn't have as high of a clear ceiling rate. It certainly doesn't have as high of a ceiling. Because again, I have only, quote unquote, only 4 mirrors invested in this. If I had 20 mirrors invested in this, I would be even faster, and I would be doing like 2.5 times more damage. So I mean, just, you know, consider that for a second. The best thing about this build is how fucking cheap it is. for how strong, for how fast it is. This thing is like illegally cheap for how strong it is. Shouldn't be this cheap. You should have to put like 40 mirrors into a build to have this kind of speed. What the fuck? It is squishier though. So it is squishier, obviously. I guess that's the only thing that's not going for it, but it's only susceptible to like this kind of mechanic. It's like if I wasn't doing this divination thing where the monsters are able to kill me after I've killed them and that whole bullshit, like it'd be different. I think that's just the most annoying thing. This crap right here. I'm getting pretty good at not dying to it, but it's still an annoyance. I have probably about a mirror into EK, and I think this is already stronger. I bet you... Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, if you have, like, a mirror invested into this versus a mirror invested into EK, like, well, of course, like, this is gonna way outperform it, right? Because you can get way more mileage out of this build on less. Ironically, even though it's a stacker build, which would normally require a minimum insane amount of investment to really perform at a high level, but it's not really the case. Barrett Gaming, hi, how's it going, man? Plans for 0.5.5, tentatively, my plans to start Gemling Twister. Which is going to be a little tricky, but I want to try it. Okay, dude. How many times we gotta click something before we can start killing? Won't they nerf Gimling to the ground? Yeah, that's why I said tentatively. God, I took so many Eldritch Altars on this map. What the fuck? Oh, fuck, dude. Ha! That actually worked. And then died after. Oh my god, I'm like, I took so freaking many Eldritch Ultimates. And I'm out of scrolls again. A draw, yeah. It was a draw.
The Atlas twists all fates. Be gone from here. Four fine dude, look at that. I've never seen that in my life. 4 fine delirium orbs. What? That's cracked.
Good day. It is hell.
I haven't played PoE for a while, but Stu was playing Flicker. Bows must be dead. I League started bows and it was quite strong in the beginning. Yeah, it's scaling to the end is not anywhere near as good as this. That ice shot of penetration build, I mean, I've made it even better on PoB. Like, it's such an outrageously strong, like, first two days of League build. Like, oh my god, it's so good. It's still glassy, but like, what
There
the?
is no
You can
salvation to be
just
found here.
immediately get into nightmare map
Of
farming,
all that you are.
boss rushing, fortress. But yeah, after that, you know, it just begins to fall off. Flicker Strike can be played on 3-lane. Oh, you know, that is an interesting idea to remove links to Flicker Strike. I'm using Grace for an extra Frenzy Charge. Scaling Frenzy Charge. This is a Frenzy Charge accuracy stacker. So we're using Sublime Vision, Grace. And these weapons scale off of evasion anyway, so huge synergies there. I do like, I do appreciate the thought of, where's the boss at? Am I getting trolled right now? Oh my god. I'm like blind. That would be so funny though if you were like going for even more accuracy by just dropping support gems on your main link. God. I get a chuckle out of that. You know, if I was doing less damage with Flicker Strike, I would actually flicker more. And at even higher speed. Holy. Maybe I should. The fast track to a brain aneurysm. Could you do some tech with the new mirror gloves and have those be Flicker Strike length? I don't know if you could drop Oscarm gloves. Like, those are giving me like over half of my crit chance. It's like 2/3 to 3/4 of all of my crit is coming from those gloves. I would get to keep Max Frenzy though, and it would get a little bit of flat crit, I guess. I have to plug them in, I guess. Ironically, that would probably be viable with, like... You know what's funny, though? Actually, that would probably work if I went back to Warden and went double tinctures. Warden. With the Rosethorn tincture to bridge the gap. I bet that would work. And that would be, like... outrageous if I did that. Maybe I will. Imagine this on a double tinctured board instead of... Oh my god. That would be fun to try to set that up. Well, okay, so the problem is, if I did a double tincture setup, I'd be kind of obligated to drop Unholy Trinity and just go, like, Elemental Pen. So I'm not really sure how that would go over. That's the problem with Tincture Focus is like... So I'd use like I'd pair this with a Rosethorn Tincture with Elemental Pen. There's no other suffix that's good, like attack speed is basically worthless. Dude, I wish there was a tincture mod that gave you accuracy, or did some sort of accuracy scaling right now. Oh my god. That'd be dope. Imagine there was a tincture mod that gave you X stat per accuracy you have. Oh my god, dude. Imagine they come out with that. Next league, we can cope. Cope next league. I got it, guys. Alright, I got it. We're gonna come out with a tincture mod that will say +1 frenzy charge per 10,000 accuracy. Okay, I'm just kidding. That'd be way too dang. Could have like 24 frenzy charges. Imagine frenzy charge scaling off of accuracy. I mean, even if it was like gain accuracy per frenzy charge. Or no, like, what if we had another source of flat damage per frenzy charge? To me, it seems like you need crit in every build. Oh yeah, I mean basically, yeah, you're scaling crit. For real though, like if I put the link in here, that would, well, that, I mean, that would only give me 2 extra green sockets, so it wouldn't be that insane.
Please do not make my mistakes your own.
What? That's why I never go for that stupid thing. No more clicking, please. Ooh. Please, boss. I don't want to click anymore. That's so tilting. Bad enough you die, but then you're clicking the altar as you die, and you click the other option. Send you back to fucking town. Like no worse feeling. Spamming. Hit it! So the best gloves would be what? They'd be flat, crit. As far as implicits on Templar glove, flat crit, +1 max frenzy, 6% life.
You're not conquering the Atlas. It is conquering you.
We could go +2 duration. +2 duration gems, I guess. %, royal plates. You know what's crazy to me is this build has no borrowed power. The fact that the build is this crazy without Headhunter. Again, 'cause like the last time I feel like I played builds that were this fast and this strong before, but it's pre-nerf Headhunter. I've got to go all the way back to Arch Nemesis League and before to hit that. I remember Brother Stash farming Cemetery, Legion and Breach, or even Boxes. You get like multiple haste buffs off of clearing out a Legion. Wait, I used a life flask and then my life drained. That was funny. That like no effective flask and then chaos damage drained while flask is active, and then I had like must have like minus 100 chaos res, all three at the same time. That's it's pretty funny. 28% royal plate is. I'm not expecting this to be worth anything, but one can hope. It's 40 chaos. Wow, 40 chaos. I'm rich. I'm effing rich.
What's on your mind?
These are gonna be the last 3 maps of the day, guys. Final 3 maps of the day. Then we'll kind of figure out how much I made in the 160. I'll try to normalize it, see what I made if it's 120 to 1.
What do you hope to find here? Devastation is all that awaits.
Iron Scarab of Awakening. Ah, 2 more. Sorry, 3 more maps now.
Shifting, morphing,
And it's Wildwood.
reminder of the virtues of an agile mind.
It's a shitter event, dude. Smooth ore anyway. Think you're gonna league start this? You talking about your Divine Judgment Smite variations?
Tread no further, villain.
You tested how horrible leveling with gemling feels? No, but I'll do that before making a build guide. That's what I'll do, like, leading up to the, you know, the 2 weeks or whatever prior to the release of it. I don't imagine it's horrible. Because I was able to, like, like, Act 1 on a monk is worse than anything, so... I mean, I assume so. I assume it's worse than gemling. Act 1 Twister on a monk? If I can do that, then I can do whatever. Can't be that bad. Oof. Quick exclamation farming strat. Scout out covetous shrines. Bismuth ore. Otherwise, kill everything. Divination of plenty farm, so... Fishing for divination cards. Damnation if you got the stones for it. Wow. Made this map hard too. What is going on here? Physical, those things aren't physical, are they? If they're physical damage, that makes sense. Yeah, I get why actually getting hit by a physical attack would kill me here. I got minus 100 chaos res, or 100 fire res with Fizz's extra fire on the map. Terrible combo, but I didn't expect the lightning damage to do that much. Get clipped by a tornado. God, this map got really nasty. Woo. Glad we didn't end on that one. Last map.
Please do not make my mistakes your own.
Why do you leap slam so much? Doesn't Flicker Strike go to the next pack? 2 reasons. One, Flicker Strike doesn't go exactly where you want it to go. It goes a random place wherever it can reach enemies. So you gotta run or leap slam or something to, you know, to go to different parts of the map where you want to go. But the bigger reason is because if you just hold Flicker Strike, you know, if I just go into a map, or if I just go here or something, no, I'm just holding Flicker Strike. Nothing's happening. There's no enemies near me, right? Hold Flicker Strike. Then what? Like, I can't I have to actually go somewhere. I have to move. I'm gonna wait for monsters to come to me, I guess, but like this is just me holding Flicker Strike. So I need to, you know, move places. But yeah, I mean it's an integral part of the build. You gotta use your mobility skill. I mean, come on, like when your mobility is this good, like I mean damn, dude. Like what? That's insane mobility. Alright, that brings us to the end here. Let's see what our little 160 map session yielded. Shall we? I try and play in-game ice shot build, but in all your videos, guide seems to end in early in-game with not optimized gear. Can't check your account because you swapped to action stack or do you have POB or build snapshot? Yeah, go to, if you go by week or day by day for the first 7 days, you'll see a pretty in-game version of it. And then there's like a week 2 and a week 3. Check PoE Ninja and just go day by day. Find a snapshot that's good for you. And I several times I've made that build now, or a build like it, and the progression, the items that I chose, the way I chose to upgrade it, that regardless of where you start from, just go from there. It's good. 23 raw divine orbs feels pretty awesome. Ooh. 106 Azrin's reward. I feel really good about that, dude. Alright, so, I don't know, we talked a lot during that whole thing. We'll call it 5 hours. 5 hours times 60 is 300 divided by 160. Yeah, I can do better than that, but that's 1.87 minutes per map. All right, well, I'm seeing a couple of cards in here worth 598 div apiece. Actually worth more than that, I think, but anyway. So that's gonna affect the currency earned. It's about half a divine per map ran. So about 80 divines, approximately. It's a little bit more or less, but I'm not gonna go deep into the details for just for this off the record session. We'll just call it 80 divine orbs invested. If we take 1351 minus 598 minus 598, we get a gross profit, not counting damnations, of 155. Oops, minus 80. $75 divine orbs. Net profit divided by 5 hours is, oh, I keep talking about this. I'm getting right around 15 divines per hour, not counting the damnation card. And so it just checked out literally on the decimal point. 15 divines per hour. 5 hours ran, 75 divines net profit. Not counting damnation. And you can see a lot of this is scarabs, currency. Delirium orbs are up there too. Fragments, simulacrums are there. 13 div and simulacrums. So, like, just the delirium orbs and simulacrums, which you get 0 of if you ran deli orbs. You can see I got, let's see, 75 divs, so it's 18 plus 13, right? 13. So that's 31. That's, almost half of the profit I earned is in the kind of currency you literally don't drop if you're running deli orbs. Now, granted, if you're running deli orbs, you're going to get a few more raw divines, I guess. A couple, like 3 or 4 maybe, but than you would otherwise. But yeah, it's just not going to be that good. I definitely like the deli mirror approach. Plus, you got to pay for the deli orbs too, so that's like an extra 80 chaos per map or something. Whew. So the investment cost per map running this setup is without the divination chisel, without rolling the maps at all, without deli orbs, is the total investment cost per map is like a third of what the other version of the strat would be, which would yield you at most twice as many divination cards, at the very most twice as many, because you would have slightly stronger maps in terms of pack size, maybe not even as much quant, probably similar quant, slightly higher pack size on average. You'd have 50% more divination cards, so that's straight up 1.5 x the divination cards you'd have. And then you would have overall deeper delirium, because you'd have like 80% across the board as opposed to like an average of maybe like 40 or 50% deli across a full dunes map with a deli mirror. Take all that together, and I think best case scenario, you're dropping twice as many delirium or twice as many divination cards. So for a third of the investment budget, you get half as many divination cards, at least, and you also unlock deli orbs and simulacrum splinter drops. So there's your TLDR and like the difference. And the question as to whether or not this is worth doing really depends on your speed. The faster you are, the more that's probably worth doing, because you can just keep cranking out more and more maps that way. I can run 80% deli, no problem. Actually, before we go, I'll run a 100% deli version of this farm. See how hard it is. I think that would be kind of interesting. Let's see, and then yeah, so 75 div, 15 div per hour. If we assume that 120 Azurans is 1 damnation, then we would take 106 divided by 120. This may or may not be true, obviously. And we take this times 598. And we take this plus 75 as the net profit. And then we take that divided by 5. And if that math checks out, then I made a normalized 120 divines per hour. Normalized. On the other extreme end of the spectrum, I've heard people say that it's like 400 Azurans per 1 damnation. I've never heard a number quoted higher than that. So if we just, this would be like the absolute most conservative estimate. And we take that number plus 75 divided by 5, and this would be the absolute, I would say, absolute lowest estimate div per hour normalized of the strat that I just ran, 46 divines per hour. So it's probably somewhere between 50 and 120 divines per hour. Normalized. This strat falls somewhere in that range, depending on how common the damnation card is. that makes it one of the one of the absolute best strats in the game. And it is a halfway decent lock and mirror farm. Halfway decent, especially in this league. When you get the Wildwood, I mean that's pure Wildwood map with no Wisp Scarab. A Wisp Scarab strat would result in more mirrors and locks, likely. Like Wisp Scarab, Bloodlines, Breach, that kind of thing. But, or with the Infinite Legion stuff. But this isn't half bad. I mean, I've dropped several Sacred Orbs the past few days. We haven't seen a lock or a mirror, but we've seen a lot of Divines and Sacred Orbs, so not too bad. Not too bad. Let's go ahead and put these bad boys in here. I'm not going to... I still got things I want to buy this league. Sit on that for a minute. We can also up the tally on these. So 441. So this league I've personally dropped 441 Azurin rewards. Actually, I would never drop one. At least one of those is probably from a different source randomly. Yeah, a small hand for the... Actually, I don't know how many. There's probably a few of these didn't come sourced from this strategy, actually. But I don't know how many, so just leave it there. I remember I did sell a batch of them before starting the strat, or relatively around the same time, so it's pretty accurate. Basically what I'm saying is, ever since doing this farming for the Damnation, I've been keeping all the Azurin rewards and not liquidating them, so as to internally track the cumulative, drop rates here. And that way I can put it here on the right for you guys to see league-wide drops. I've had a pretty good league with these drops. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not bad, especially this league. So. For funsies. Pull up Red Vials strat. Involves pulling the shrine, as well as anything. Actually, I may not need to pull all the shrine stuff. Could maybe pull this off, keeping the shrine stuff, actually. I can comfortably do this while keeping the shrine stuff. This definitely elevates this version of the strat. I haven't seen him. Well, he does with S. He does it with Abyss. That works.
Oh.
let you know.
Two steel charges. Get out of here. Oof. That size is terrible. That's pretty good. It's a pretty easy map. That's a really easy map. Alright. That's got a huge rarity too. Huge rarity. Pretty good pack size. Let's see here. I'll just add more of these. Oh, nice. It's the last round of this. And I got 12% pack size. Bro, I got 12% pack size? This map's going to be huge. Influence monsters up additional pack size on top of that. Oh my god. Alright, blocking is fine. Nothing to change there. Let's set deliriums out in. Everything should be checked off. For this is a super map, guys. This is the most extreme version of the strat I've ever ran. Oh, I'm missing a passive. What the heck, dude? This should be good.
Perhaps your intentions are good. So are mine. It makes no difference to the Atlas.
Why are there no shrines? Let it rip. Well, if you guys want evidence of why you should play this build and actually scale it, then look at what I'm doing to 100% deli. So magic monsters, the tankiest mobs in the game at 100% deli is magic monsters. They have, I believe, a 96% reduced damage taken, or at least, actually nowadays it might be less. This build fucking destroyed. This is kind of blowing my mind, actually. I didn't expect to do this much damage. I thought I'd have to, you know, flicker into the same pack, you know, maybe like half a dozen times before stuff would be dying, but no, like stuff's still getting shot. The entire screen's still getting deleted in like half a second as opposed to the blink of an eye, I guess. Yeah. Jesus, dude. This build's crap. It's like full clear. I like how I didn't drop anything. Like, I dropped absolutely nothing, though. That's the funniest thing. Wait, I got a tainted chrome. I'm rich. Well, I guess you do drop some simulacrums when he's off the deli boss. That's crazy to lose that bad. That bad?
Greetings.
I mean, if it wasn't such a burden to get these originator maps, rolling them and stuff, so awful. Yeah, I did get a damnation. Dupe damnation. Got one. Got him. Well, I think I'm going to try to decide what I want to do for 2 days from now. I think is I might do a harder version of this. Or I might do the easy version because I really like how fast and you just get it done really fast. Get a lot of cards per hour. I was also thinking of doing a different div card map because I can actually see the regulated results better. What was the map? It's called Bazaar. The Silly Boy is worth a little bit. And then the Miracle and the Slumbering Beast are big drops. Crazy that card's worth so much. Whew. That's still worth like 55C. I don't know how rare. I wonder how rare that Hinekora card is. I don't know. Anyway, I'll mull it over. I got a couple days to think about it. We're definitely gonna do something on the record, and then tomorrow I'll make a video, update video on a lot of all this stuff about Flicker Strike. Moving over to Flicker Strike. Why? Here's some video footage. Yeah, that's where we will conclude stream today. Might do 1,000 maps. I might do 1,000 maps, guys. I don't know. Well, I guess there's the announcement that's coming out, what, in 2 days? About when PoE 2 is starting up again. Probably don't have time to do 1,000 maps, to be honest. You can start with this build 2 mirrors. Oh yeah, definitely. You won't have the same rings, but otherwise you could have pretty similar gear with 2 mirrors. I only had about 4 mirrors invested, but the rings I bought are now like either don't exist or even more expensive. All right, guys. Hope you have a great day. I am out for now. I'm gonna get some dinner, and we'll be back in a couple days. I'll be on Discord. Give me feedback if you want. We'll do some sort of farming session. Minimum, we're gonna do at least one more major farming session of like 200 maps or more. Minimum. For the record, like to go on YouTube. But I think that's what I will log into next time in a couple days. We will see you guys next time. Enjoy Tatiantel's stream. That's where we're going if you're on Twitch. We got 2 Damnations. Yes.